All right. Might as well just get started here. No sense waiting around. Wonder why the camera's a little. She's a little loose today. Tighten that up. That looks good. Framing's a little cropped on the top. Better that than perfectly centered, I suppose. Oh, this is the Stargate stuff. Don't pay attention to any of that. Going over to our arborist. Now, we need to also download the latest Gadoot. Oh, actually, I do have it. I need to. You can set that up as my main thingy now. Not quite sure how to do that, actually. Not quite sure. Hello there. All right, Godot 646. What do you got for me? Project will be modified. How about, before we do this, we are smart and we do a commit. What if we did that? What if we did that? Oh my God, I haven't committed so much. Holy crap. Not quite. All right. So we're opening up a new same project in 4.6. Getting errors we've never gotten before. That's actually might be a good thing. And we're going to look at what happens to our project. Nothing but... it's starting to reference things by UID now. Ooh, I wonder if people aren't going to like that. But that's cool. I'm happy about that. That should prevent things from... shouldn't be as often to break. If people are managing the project right, at least. The new window, I don't know if I like all the black. What is going on here? But I do have a ton of space now. Holy moly. It feels leaner somehow. I don't quite understand what's going on. The font's different. And I'm sure there's like a billion things in 4.6, right? Dark mode on. Dark mode activated. Batman engaged. Let's go to Godot Engine and read the release notes. I never pay attention to what's coming. What's new? Well, there we go. All about your flow. Oh my. For the ladies, this one. Steve Splinters, Terry Treeman, Harvey Hardwood, Ollie Oakes, Petey Pineman. These are good names. Four six kicks off a period of polish, quality of life improvements, tighter integration of industry standards, and double down effort on performance optimization. Puts your workflow first. The new editor theme lets your project take center stage, while dozens of improvements across the board reduce friction and speed up everyday development. Every aspect of from loading assets to editing, debugging, exporting, and testing has received some love to keep you focused on creating and minimizing the time you spend to wrestle with UI or fiddling with external tools or plugins. Highlights. New editor theme, modern. Okay. We put a bolt on Jolt. Jolt physics is on by default. Okay. Dock your hearts out. Panel shufflers and multi-monitor feng shui masters rejoice. 4.6 is your version. You can finally move that bottom panel. Fuck, guys. Finally. The debug panel should have always been detachable. That should have been step 1. But anyways, that's great. That's great news. More than anything, though, can you take... Yes. Can you rip it out? Oh, my God. Yes. Oh, my God. We can take out the actual debugger. Why do I not see the make floating option on this one, though? Do I have to do something like this? Why am I not seeing... They just showed make floating, and then I don't have it. Output is make floating. But then debugger isn't? Well, that's inconsistent. Well, why is shader editor? Why is that one? So debugger's the one that's clamped down, and then any add-ons. Okay, well, that's fine if I make the output floating. I just need one of them to be not all over the place. Okay. Well, that's good news. Let's see. Back to the bone. Bone chains again. Do we want to do bone chains? Is this what we want to do? I don't know, dudes. Do I want to use bones on the trees? Is that what I'm trying to do? Reflections got real. Major SSR overhaul. Core. Nodes now have a unique ID. Godot as a library. libgodot. Embed the engine directly into your own applications. Instead of running Godot as a separate executable, you can control startup, manage the engine loop, and integrate seamlessly into custom workflows, whether you're building specialized editor, hybrid application, or embedding Godot into a larger system. libgodot gives you the flexibility to make it work your way. The initial release supports Linux, Windows, Mac OS, and lays the foundations for deeper integrations and expanded platform support in future releases. Hidden underscore signals. Okay. Rotatable scene tiles. Okay. Decoupled select and transform modes. In 4.6, we've decoupled select and transform so you can more intuitively work more intuitively in the viewport. Select mode has been renamed to transform node. And a new select only mode lets you pick nodes without displaying the transform gizmo. Brazenheim line algorithm for grid map. Oh, okay. However you spin it. New rotation gizmo for view. Oh, that's actually... Let go. Damn it. It's too fast. Okay, I think I... Oh, you can place pivots now manually. That's pretty big deal. That's always been a pain in the ass. Click does not equal focus. Separated mouse and keyboard focus. Editor loot drop. Small editor enhancements. You can drag resources into the script editor to automatically create export variables. I've always been able to do that. The array inspector got a facelift to make the most available horizontal when testing your game. Oh, that's right. They've done some new stuff for the... yeah, there is some major improvements on the inspector side as well as a result of all that. Inspector now shows a dedicated icon for resources that are referenced elsewhere. Linked resources, helping you understand dependencies at a glance. A new menu button at the top bar shows all open scenes and stuff. Collision render and loader can assign editor groups and nodes at once. Blah, blah, blah. Drag, hover, and drop. Switch tabs while dragging. Okay, that's kind of a given. These are all sort of expected behaviors. Oh, clickable files in the output panel. That's neato, Mosquito. Spot the difference. Object DB snapshots. Diff for live object tracking. Makes it easier to understand what objects exist in your running game by adding object DB snapshots in comparisons to the debugger. Okay. Oh, now you can preview the... As you move through a list of selected resources, it previews instantly. Neat. Animation. Ooh, animation editor looks fucking clean. Look at that. Damn. What's going on? Hang on. I'm trying to understand this. Oh, you can view the tweens for the... Whoa. That's cool. Okay. Because you kind of had to mentally model what was going on here before. Nito Mosquito. Patch and play. Delta encoding for patch PCKs. Frequent updaters. This is a game changer for you, pun intended. Your exported patches just got leaner and faster. Improves patch PCKs. So you can do PCKs for your patching. And that does with deltas. That's dope. Although, granted, depending on the platform you're sending your EXEs to, they'll do this for you. Power use that editor. I don't like the fucking editor. Light up your gamepads. Foundation for advanced joypad feature support. Faster than you can say texture. Betsy convert RGB to RGBA on the GPU. So far, so sharp. Component pruning for mesh simplification. Okay. So level of detail improvements. Particularly for meshes that are built from multiple separate parts. Okay. Glow in the dark, improved glow blending defaults. Tone it down, configurable AGX tone mapper parameters. Lighten the load of reflections. Octahedral maps for reflection radiance probes. Band dismissed. Material debanding and improved HDR precision. Mobile mended. Vulkan mobile crashes. Crash fixes for Mali and Adreno GPUs. One fish, two fishes. Improved CSV translation support and template generation. C# translation parser support. C# translation calls are now parsed just like GDScript. So look, oh my God, this is one of the reasons why I was going to move away from C# for my other project. Localized text is collected automatically during POT and CSV exports in C#. This is fucking huge for C# guys. This is a big deal, especially XR. Man, I feel bad for anyone who built something custom. That's funny. Exits in the for loop. XR editor support for Android XR devices. OpenXR 1.1 support. Support for OpenXR spatial entities. Android. SR copy. Screen copy. SR copy runs exports in the editor. When exporting to Android, you can now enable an option to automatically run your exported game or app through SCR CPY. This mirrors your connected phone or tablet onto your computer screen while the game runs on the device itself. Instead of picking up your phone every time you test a change, you can stay focused on creating blah, blah, blah. That's cool. Pronto Gradle, Android editor Gradle build support. Don't know what the fuck that is. Storage access framework. Starting with Godot 4.6, you can provide players with the possibility to load and save specific files using the file system picker. Without asking for broad storage permissions. Oh, I see. That's cool. This is really good for apps. Render parity, Direct3D 12 as the new default on Windows. So no Vulkan defaults for Windows by default. Abracadabra mesh collision shape. Turn meshes into collision shape. Starting in 4.6, your mesh, whenever your mesh is a simple geometric shape like a box, sphere, a cylinder, or capsule, you can now automatically generate the collision mesh from the mesh. This is nice, because this is like 5 fucking clicks. It doesn't need to be that way. That's cool. And also, it's, okay, I won't get into that, but that's neat. And I only recently even know why this is important. GD extension, it's required if you say it is. Mark object parameters as, and results as required. Oh, that's neat. Okay. So for the, okay, for GD extensions, you can say certain things are required. Okay. Oh, this is especially useful in languages like Rust, Swift, and Kotlin because it helps you catch mistakes at compile time or fail clearly at runtime. JSON-based GD extension interface. Script debugger step out button. Step out button alongside step over and step into lets you leave the current function. Oh, We seriously didn't have that? Oh, I didn't even realize that. C++ tracing profilers. That's nice. GDScript LSP improved BB code to markdown conversion. String placeholder highlighting. 4.6 now highlights placeholders in your strings. That's neat. And that's it. And look at all the people that contributed to this. That's pretty cool. And the names are bigger for the ones that did a lot. Blue Cube 331. Giganzo. Oh, shit. Giganzo. Hang on. We got to do a shout out to Giganzo. Shout out to Giganzo. Patron, I've always referred to Giganzo as the Dark Knight of Godot streamers. And Giganzo just appears, dun dun, and is like, just do this, and it's always exactly what you need. So shout out to Giganzo. Clearly an active member of the Godot community. Didn't realize how much. What kind of things did Giganzo contribute? Fixed property highlight in the inspector for control layout. Wow, look at all this. This is all the boring shit, too. Damn, Giganzo. What a Chad. Hang on, I'm going to look because I bet I'm going to see... I bet I'll see some people in my chat all the time here. Jesus. They're coming in here and watching me shit all over Godot, and they still hang out. This is sweet, man. This is sweet. Well, it's a good release. We'll see. Watch. I instantly have problems. We'll see. Okay. Oh, there's like a million errors right now. Okay. So what should we do today, guys? I was thinking we're gonna move away from the tree stuff for now. And why is this under controllers? Oh yeah. Okay. Where's my tree? Where are you coming from? Somewhere over here. Yeah, test proc gen. We're gonna get rid of that. Okay. Good. What should we do? Should we try and work on an actual cutting? You know what we should do? We should fix our climbing and looking controller first before we go to the cutting part. We're going to go back to tree cutting or actual cutting branches stuff. Does anyone know a good way to explain what the hell bones are? Game design. What are bones? Visible non-rendered structural components within the 3D model's skeleton or rig that drive animation, movement, and deform. By parenting meshes to these interconnected hierarchical and movable points. So can we do bones? Difference between bones and joints seems to be primarily animation driven. rigid structure for animation, while joints define constants, limits, and rotational behavior between those bones, particularly for ragdoll physics. Bone defines position, joints define movement constraints. So this is probably within a physics context of a bone. See, I'm wondering if I can just ragdoll the tree. Would that be better? Would that be better? Let's okay, let me show you. I know you guys can't play the game, but I'll explain what I want to work on here, which is when we go to the tree and we go to climb, and we're moving around. This is all fine and dandy, but when we look, if we're not looking straight up and down, shit gets weird. And that's because I'm an idiot and I don't understand three-dimensional constraints. So inverse kinematics system for bones. I never even thought to use bones for it. I'm using I'm literally using the scene hierarchy. Bones might make sense for the cherry picker though, because we have we were talking about if we used joints, if we're trying to make it a rigid body, we're going to run into all kinds of weird things where we have to emit forces and stuff constantly. And we have to like lock. We have to like emit a force and then lock things and for the hydraulics to be like how they would be. Not sure. I think you could put a rigid body on a bone. All right, so you have a mesh and you throw a rigid body on it. So the mesh tied to the bone. You know, in Godot in the scene tree, you can easily throw one in there. So not sure what that would end up doing though, right? Okay, so here's what I'd like to do. We're going to try and put in some sort of picture-in-picture here of we need to see our character controller as we're working on this. So what we're going to do is we're going to add in our UI a texture rect. Okay. And we're just going to expand this some bitch about that big. Yay, big. Put it in the bottom right corner. Like so. And this texture rect, we will set up a camera and just point it somewhere over here. So there's some easy way. I forget how to do this in Godot, but there's some way to just sort of set up your view inside in here and then create a camera that's pointing and set up exactly the way that you have it. I can't ever remember how to do it though. I think, do you create the camera first and then you tell it, hey, use the current view editor window thing or something? There's the preview. Transform dialog, no. Keep hype. There's nothing here. It was somewhere. Align transform with view. There we go. And then align rotation with view. There we are. Okay. And it's the only thing it's not doing is the field of view that we would need. So that's the only thing it doesn't do. I'm sure that's coming in some sort of release at some point in the future. I'm going to go ahead and put the camera as a child under texture rect because that just helps me mentally think about this. Next thing we're going to do is go ahead and create a sub viewport. And we are going to tell the sub viewport, we're going to put the camera in the sub viewport. And there we go. Now we're going to say to the texture rect to grab the texture from said sub viewport. So what the hell's it called? Viewport texture at the very top there. Sub viewport. Booyah. Kasha. How do we shrink this MFR down? We don't want to keep size. Ignore size. And then we're going to scale this MFR down. We do want to keep our ratio. Ignore size. Keep aspect. Oh, and then it's not. Okay, whatever. Good enough. How are you guys doing today? Jacob, Sorrow, I hope everyone's doing well. Let's run this. There we go. And here we are. Okay. Now, let's see if we put on visible collision shapes. Run it again. We have our collision shapes. Okay, so we need to represent the camera in our... Because what I want to do is show what our camera is doing for the player controller. So, controller climbing. Here's our camera. Let's go ahead and create a mesh for the camera so we can see the damn thing in our picture-in-picture thing. So we're going to go mesh. We're going to put it on the camera like so. And this is going to be a prism mesh. And we are going to try and turn this into the way the camera is shown. So we are going to... There's some way to make this a pyramid, right? That shrinks it. Left to right. Oh my. Got to get stuff done with game dev, but I'm slacking again. I think my morning run kicked my butt. Yesterday was just all budgeting. I think it's because my next task is UI related and I just hate UI. Dude, man, immediate mode broke me for UI. If you ever get to mess around with that, that is the way. And once you experience it, it's hard to do it any other way. And people can shit on it all they want. I don't care. So maybe not this. Maybe prism, plane, box. Could do it with a cylinder, kind of. There's a way to make a prism mesh into a subdivide width. Well, subdivision we don't worry about. UV padding, skeleton, surface material. This is nice, this whole like X and Y thing. Yeah. I feel that. We don't have enough for... Can we do this with... I know we can do this with like a cone. What about a quab? Can we do this with a quab? See, I can do this with cylinder, kind of. See, if we do cylinder, and then we make the top radius nothing, that's close to what we're looking for. And we're working in... So if we go like this, and then we reduce our height down to something like that, there's sort of a representation of the camera. Now, if we go back to run the scene, here we go. Now we can kind of see where the camera's pointing. This is lame, but it works. Okay, so we have something. Let's go ahead and throw the Godot icon on this material, because we are living Do, 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 do. Ooh, ooh. All right, there we go. Now we have that. So now if I start to move it around. Okay, so here's what it looks like when I'm looking. And, yep, I can't move. Okay, this is already helping me. Okay. So, what I would like to have happen is, as we look one way, we have a neck that leans that way. And then we have a neck that leans the other way. And we are also moving the camera around. I don't know if that's crazy or not, but that's what I'd like to do. So I'm not quite sure how to do this in the controller setting. Should I try and get... So morning runs aren't working out. Running in the cold, man. Come home with like a runny nose or like a constantly sniffing. That. See, I can't run with Calvin because he's just like, oh, we're running? Okay. And then I just, like, he's just... he's insane. He's bonkers. I'm still on a treadmill indoors, luckily. Okay. They're hit and miss. Got to train, though. My dad wants to do a backpacking trip in June. Got to program my body. Dad's doing, like, fucking Luke Skywalker backflips as you're hiking. You should get him a Yoda backpack. Do they make those? They should make those. Do they make, like, Yoda, Luke Skywalker, Dagobah, Yoda backpacks? Would he know? Would he know? He'd be like, what the hell is this? Oh, he's having a rough time. Okay. Get him this. It's $150. Well spent. Let me see if I can get a link to the image for the trip. Copy the address. Here we go. Oops. Oops. There we are. Absolutely for the trip. Get that backpack. He's having a rough time. Just age. Okay. So we have the camera controller. That's what's moving up and down. Parkinson's. Oh, no. Okay. Sorry to hear that, dude. How old is he, if you don't mind me asking? You're like me. I still am like, I think my mom is this much old. I think. We did some backpacking way back, and he wants some nostalgia. No, dude, you know how much I've talked about my mom. This is not bringing down the vibes at all, dude. Life is rough sometimes. It sucks, and if you don't, sometimes you need to be able to talk about it. Even um, it's tough. I mean, I found with my mom there was like literally my support system was my wife, and that was it. And then there were some friends that were showed up, when she was in the hospital. It seemed like they really wanted to help, and they weren't just kind of wanting to farm gossip or something. But this last time, I guess when it was kind of clear, it was near the end. Um, and that was nice. There wasn't anything they could do. Um, yeah, for my mom, her mobility just kept shrinking, right? So that was definitely a part of the experience. So in some ways, the same. Um, and so she loved watching movies, and so just every time I got a chance, I was putting on a movie and watching it with her near the end. And because that was a little that she loved to do that she could still do, kind of thing. And I think she was just too, I wouldn't say proud. Wouldn't call it denial either. She's too optimistic, really, to kind of real be real about certain things about her situation, to the point where if she wasn't with us, she would have died in her sleep like fucking 5 times during the last 3 years. Um, Thankfully, that didn't happen. But it sucks, yeah. Um, yeah, that's the thing. It's a weird kind of catch 22. Um, and I do not think that the hospital understood that even at the very end she wasn't going to stop fighting, like, or I don't know how to put it, but like continue to strive to live and not be like, I don't know. um One thing about her that I was really impressed with all of it was that, and never once did she complain, never once did she feel pity for herself or ask for it. um Never once did she express fear. um And I don't know, frankly, for myself, that any of that would be true had I been in the same situation. I don't think that I would be as as pleasant as she was, but I don't know. Yeah. So we can already imagine clamping the player's head to the camera in terms of animation if we're doing multiplayer. Now, I was thinking about multiplayer in netcode, and I had told Dustin Medusa T that I don't think I was going to use the netcode for this, but the more that I thought about it, the more I was like, you know what? Because it's all input driven and there's such a beautiful solution to everything, I started thinking about it and I'm like, I think it'll be okay. The problem is the physics. So that's why I said no to it in general, is netcode physics. So that part of it, I'm just like, I don't know how to do that. Thanks for gonna lose. So I haven't bothered to look into it. I don't know that I can do my cheats like shrinking the size of floats and things like that and still have physics behave proper. I mean, you know, another possibility with physics too is that I could implement my own joint system. Hang on a second, guys. I'm getting a little distracted today. We're kind of in a weird spot where I'm wanting to make something fun. And at the same time, let me look something up here. An idea is forming in my mind. Because I was wondering why they had just joint 3D. Recreate schedule 1. Abstract base class for all joints in 3D physics. Joints bind together two physics bodies and apply a constraint. If only one body is defined, it is attached to a fixed static body 3D without collision shapes. So this is just the default thing. If we do that, that's what we had at the beginning of last stream. The whole tree exists and then just falls. So what is just joint 3D if we do it by itself? Can we do that? Let me see. It's an abstract class. Maybe it's a cone twist joint. Physics joint that connects two 3D physics bodies in a way that simulates a ball and socket joint. Okay. Mm-hmm. Like the hip. Right. The twist axis is initiated as the x-axis. Once the physics bodies swing, the twist axis is calculated in the middle of the x-axis of the joint in the local space of the two physics bodies. Useful for limbs.
Take my money.
What in the hell? Lost my streak. Colt! I saw the thing you'd sent. Indeed. Limbs like shoulders and hips, lamps hanging off the ceiling, etc. Limbs like shoulders and hips. You must hurry. The Chinese are coming. Yeah, I gotta do something. God, I have so many ideas. Good. I haven't had really any issues. It's been interesting doing gaming on it. Trying to think of the biggest thing I have so far that I'm dealing with. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Bias. Thank you for the resub, dude. Okay, let's continue working on the climbing controller. Let's add the neck for the camera, like I was describing. So if we have the climbing controller, that's the climb. This is us, the thing that's climbing. Then we have the camera. So now we need some way of representing, and I'll use a mesh for now. And we're going to do just a box. And let's put it, this is all relative to the, here, 0.5, 0. No, we'll keep the height. 0.5 and 1. Okay. So this is meant to be more of like our neck. So if this is us climbing up and down, we're going to put everything inside of another node. That's the gimbal. Oops. 3D. You know what I wish that, well, I guess it does. And this is where our twist point is going to be. So what we want to do is put ourselves in and then down. So this is like where our hips are hugging the tree. And then our mesh instance, we're going to push you in. And then we're going to do something like that. Bring you up and like that. Okay. So if we put this inside the node, then when the entire controller rotates, yeah, okay. So then what we want to do is we want to rotate this. Yeah, like that. Okay, so that's what we're going for. And then if we put the camera in here, now if we rotate, this is how we want it. Okay, so imagine that our body is on here and we're just leaning. So from a mouse perspective, this behavior that I'm trying to create is occurring when I'm moving the mouse over here this way. The rig will go like that. And then when I'm moving the mouse this way, it'll lean over like this. Okay? And what we'll do is we'll bird head ourselves so that as we're rotating, it's kind of like we're doing this, where our head is like, but we're very clearly like leaning over. I guess we don't have to, though. I guess we don't have to. Okay. So we're going to try and recreate that first, that movement portion of this idea first. Is there a way I can fix the quab? Because the quab is somehow got rotated weird just from that. That's better. Seems to be centered. Okay, so then let's go back to here. And we're going to run the player. Okay. Okay. And let's shrink ourselves a little bit more here. Wrong side. 5. Here. Okay. All right. That works for now. Prototype. How's a family doing in the extended family in Venezuela? Colt. Oh, sorry. Well, so the fam's not there, but there's people they know, right? Is that what it was? My in-law fam. Gotcha. Life is back there. Things have been quiet. A lot of celebrations starting the year, but nothing else really. Yeah. It is strange. It just seems like it's not. Again, I think it's so weird how people just sort of let stuff happen, you know? And over time, and as it's so bad, it's like Well, what are you going to do? And now there's this big opportunity, I guess. And it's just sort of like, it's weird to me that there's not a lot of like power struggles, and maybe it's happening less up front. That's the strange thing about it. Because I thought, it's very destabilizing to do something like that to a country. And everything seems to be just kind of rolling along. It's like, okay. But I'm not abreast of it like daily or anything like that, unfortunately. So, and God knows the presentation of everything with the news channels that you can consume can totally affect how things seem. All right, so let's go ahead and go over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to rethink the mouse movement. It actually stabilized. That's a good point. So we're going to take this. Dude, that we even did that is so fucking crazy. That's the part. This is just like, wow. All right, here's what we're going to do. So we have event relative, print this out. Let's just get our inputs and see what we're getting. So right now we're not going to be able to move the camera around when we're climbing. We just want to look at our input values. So this is weird. It's weird because I'm getting used to doing stuff like this, like building controllers. We're going in a negative direction, and we're going in a positive direction. Now, I guess what we could do is have Q and E, and that could be our lean. We could do that. But right now we're using that for rotate. So we would almost need another. Maybe we use A and D for rotate. Do we do traditional WASD? W is up, S is down, D and A and D is left and right. Q and E is the lean left and right. That seems fine, because I'm doing something weird where we're doing space to climb, shift to go down. But maybe it should just be WASD. So let's do that. We'll switch it over to WASD for movement. So climb left will become A. And climb right will become D. Climb up will be W. And climb down will be S. Whoops. Didn't want to get rid of that. Okay. And then climb, we'll call it climb lean left and climb lean right. So no. Q. Wait. I gotta make it. Add new action. Climb lean. Shoot, it's slow right now. Why is it so slow? I can feel the buffer. Climb lean left. Oops. Oh, thanks for reminding me. God, I keep forgetting to get that thing going. It's almost like I need a tool to handle this stuff easily and more better, right? Dude, just trying to find a fucking timer for Obsidian, for OBS. It's insane how bad they all are. If only there's a way I could just make one and be like, this is how I want it to be, you know? Ha! Huh. And then like I had a button to press that it would just do it. You know? If only I could do that. Climb lean left. Climb lean right. You're right. I should be focused on that thing. You're right. You're right, Dad. All right, so Q for right or left, and then Q for right, or E for lean right. Okay. Close that out. Let's try it. I'm going to have a hard time adjusting to this, I'll be frank, because WASD. All right. Ah, it's easy. It makes sense. I'm trying to be... I'm a big fan of like non-standard or non-traditional like input devices and stuff. So I think that's why I lean into like, no, we move the buttons over here. Q and W and O and P. And you paddle with the... And everyone's like, what? It's like, look, we got to spice things up here, people. Everything's so bland. But not the inputs. No, those are sacred. The inputs are holy and sacred. You're going to love Emacs. I did use Emacs for a while when I was early in Godot stuff. The nice thing about Emacs is the damn breakpoints worked. That was wonderful. Okay. So we have our relative X and Y's. And then we're doing this bullshit for the camera rotation. We need to use our true colors. We're going to change the fucking transform. Let's do this the right way. And in order to do this proper, we have to... what? How do we do this? It's camera, transform, basis. Is it rotate? Rotated, and then we choose the axis. We're going to do this twice. And we use the basis for the axis. So we say camera, transform, basis, rotated, and then we use the camera's basis. And so if we're going to go like this, that's X. So around our basis. And then the same thing here for Y, because we're going to look up and down. Y. And then Z would be like this, right? So we don't want Z at all. So it's just the Y. And then we say how much. So I think we can do this for the how much. So for the X, we go like this. And for the Y, we go like this with the Y value. I think this will work. I could be wrong. Let's see. Oh, Christ. Oh, Jesus. Oh, sweet Moses. Why am I in the ground? We're doing the entire transform. Okay, that's the problem. So, basis rotated. Camera transform basis rotated. Camera transform basis. Dot basis. Okay. Is that it? Okay. Okay, so something's happening. I don't like it either, man. It sounds like I don't like that sound. All right, let's try a fixed one where we say, oh, basis forward. Can we do something like that? No. Let's try vector three left. And then vector 3 up. See if that does it. You're going to like the way you look. Okay, what's happening here? Oh, God. So when I'm moving up and down, we're like spinning. So that means that's wrong. Forward? I don't know. That seems better. Okay, hang on. Let's go back. Oh, God. Why are we spinning with everything? Up and down, that seems right. But then... Model top? Model left? I don't know. Let's try that. Wait. Oh, Christ. Christ on a cracker. Hang on a second. We're getting somewhere. This should be Y. Okay, there's our up and down. Okay, that's right. Now, let's try and figure out the other one. My guess is the combination of these two things is what's screwing everything up. Model top left, right. Model top bottom front. Thanks. Hey, bud. Yes, bud. It's not ready, bud. I'm sorry. I'm working. It'll be ready, hopefully soon. No, I don't want that. Okay. Front is not the answer. Left. Right. Let's see. Why am I starting so far away? Why am I not just starting on the, so left and right is up and down. Top, bottom, front. Top. Yep, that's left and right. But then if I combine the two, what happens? Do we want to base this around a different basis? Mayhaps we have some fixed basis value. Or starting basis or something, for instance. Left and right, up and down. Wait! Ah! See, it's the angles. It's when we go, if I go like that, everything fucking loses it. It's when I go, actually, yeah, we keep slowly. Yeah, we're rotating the wrong. So, do we need just like a 0 transform to do this around? Or do we need the original basis? Let's try this. Var root basis basis func ready, and we say, now is this going to be a clone of it, or is it going to be the current one no matter what's changing? Can I duplicate it? Is this just a copy of it? Root basis. You can. Okay. It's not additive. So we're doing an assignment here. Plus equals? No. Leginger. How you doing? Oh, oui, oui. I'm Leginger. Oh, oui, oui. Uh-huh. I think it's the same. Yeah, you can throw a link. Or I'll throw a link to the game in the chat. I think I have a shout out for it, right? Or yeah, there it is. Now my internet's pretty shitty though, so I have to warn you, I might end up with the blurry version of the trailer. I should probably let it buffer too before actually playing it. Yeah, it's taking forever. Okay, I'm letting it buffer. Okay, here we go. It's looking good. Another developer is going to be bazillionaire. And here's the duck. This is great. It's got a very reminds me of Yoshi's the Yoshi one of the Yoshi games has a gumball machine as well. It's a duck ball machine, not a gumball machine. Let's look up transform. How you doing, Justin? We're translating to angle when we do this. Okay, this is starting to make some sense. Is that it? Axis and angle. So we're using the mouse input as angle, so that's a problem. Rotate it around in the axis. So when we do the angle, everything twists and turns. Okay, if we make a basis from the prior one and we're using that instead. And so we're applying the rotation to the prior. Does that help? Okay, man, nice catching up. Gotta go. All right. Starting to prototype my Blob City Builder game. Nice. God bless America. Ah! So that's perfectly fine. It's when I combine these sons of bitches that everything goes wrong. Left and right. We're fine. Rotating along. Right. Okay. Now, up and down. We want... this one, which is... what? Does this tell us what it... no. Okay, let's look at vector 3. It's left or right? Not sure which one. Depends on our... okay, up and down. Up and down. Okay. Now that's weird because we're not... oh, shit. Oops. Do. We're resetting it here. So can we go back to the camera basis? I don't know. Everything's right, but when we combine them, all hell breaks loose. So what kind of Justin, what kind of prototype, like what kind of city builder kind of are you inspired to do? Son of a bitch. Now, again, I feel like it's something to do with our reference point. So like I think it's the fact that we're using the camera's basis to begin with. Now, we can use the See, I thought we could go like this. Basis Y and then basis Z, and that would keep us locked in the, or basis X, and I guess it's the other way around. This would be X and this would be Y, right? So I thought that would fix it, but I think it's because we're reassigning. Wait, nope. See, we start to kind of lose it, or we start to like. Now, do we need to clamp? Is this something to do with clamping? See, we start to kind of rotate. It's specifically if we're looking at things at an angle. Yeah, we start to tilt. The idea is that I can use it to make economic simulations video, then tell people they can get the demo if they want to play the sim themselves and sell the full game. Nice. So this is behaving almost right, but I do think that we need some sort of route to start from. Maybe. So let's try this. Root basis. Rutabaga basis. And then see it. And if that doesn't work, let's put the root basis inside the other one. Inside the rotate function and see if that helps. Nothing. We're frozen. My toes is froze. My nose is froze. My tail is froze. I'm hungry, Mama. God bless it. Okay. This is the closest I've gotten to what I need. For our regular controller here, Mungalo, how's it going? We're doing this clamp. Let's try that. It's worse. God damn it. See, we're doing character rotate. So we're rotating an entirely different thing for the Y. Which is the entire body. So in our case, that would be like rotating this neck thing that we've got going on here. So if we put the camera on the mesh and then we rotate this thing, we're going to steal this whole thing now. Oh my God, we're fixed. That was it. Okay. So let's do our lean now. So all I'm trying to do is get us to the point where we can, here's the control so far. Let's go for sure. My hope is that it feels like a chill experience and scales well to larger sims because you don't have to manually make the granular resource decisions. Well, dude, Justin, I could see a game where you try... So what would be interesting is if the economic system, in order to maintain its stability, air quotes, creates a... that you naturally have to create certain power like structures, because that seems to follow, right? And so the game informs you, maybe not so subtly, or maybe it's subtle, that if you want to have, like, again, stability and continue to run that economic system, you have to like force certain like to use like violent measures against certain things in order to maintain the status quo. That'd be interesting, but I don't know how you'd implement that. But it'd be interesting because the game would sort of naturally. Okay. Now leaning. Okay, so let me show the controls really quick. So to climb, it's WASD. You look around. You climb this way. You look around just like you'd expect, right? And then, God, should we just be robots? Robot climbers? Because I can model fucking squares and rectangles till I'm blue in the face. We can do that. Robot woodcutters. So now leaning. So Q and E are going to be lean to one side and lean to the other side. And that we can do with some tweening. So we're just going to grab this. Lean left. Okay. And then we're going to create a now this is not technically we're not technically climbing at this point. So we don't need to set a state. We don't need to change the state to none. But we do need to be pressing and holding. So is action pressed starts a tween. Is action, so it should be just pressed, right? And is action released? Does something else. Is action just pressed? So it doesn't know. And for this, we're going to rotate the climber mesh. No, this. We're going to call this waist. So we're leading from the waist. And we're going to have a waist here. Climber chest. Climber waist. And let's go ahead and assign that here. And so we're only concerned about the blue axis, which is the Z. We're going to rotate the Z like this.
Oh, that's cool.
What is going on? Cool. Speaking of Z.
You think it's cool?
Whoa, that is weird.
Cool.
I was just talking about rotating the Z axis. And then I get rated by Z. Z, you Canadian? No, I'm not Canadian. It sounds cool though. Like once you find out, it's like, no, we'll call it, we're going to say Z. It's better. Although recently we discovered that Canadians call, what was it, Jacob? That we were extremely disturbed by the terminology It had something to do with damn it. Not stamp, what was it? Not what the stamp things on textures. Hang on. Enjoying my day off. Nice. Olive, thank you for the follow. I lived for 4 years and had to tell my folks my name was Alex, middle name, so they wouldn't get really confused. Oh, decal. So we call it decal, but then in Canada it's what was it? Hang on, we gotta look it up again. Decal. Decal? Was it decal? And we were just very decal. It was decal. Yes, that's all kinds of wrong. So we say decal, and it sounds like in Canada it's decal. And we're just like, no, this is wrong. You guys are wrong on this one. But I don't know if it's like a region specific thing or not. But I think decal is actually right, because when you say de something, it's to undo the thing. But decal, decals you're putting on something, right? To decal, if it was a cal, if you were caling something and then you took it off, you'd be decaling it, right? So I think decal is actually probably closer to the truth. So wrong. My favorite is they make fun of our freedom units of measurement, but if you ask them how tall they are, they say 6'2". But they live they say 6'2", but they live 3 kilometers away. So you guys still use yeah, that's the same thing in England, is they use miles for distance and stuff still, I think. And so that's a little weird. Yeah, it's funny how that it's just becomes like a cultural thing. Unfortunately, we're just never, unless we get taken over, we're never going to move away from freedom units. Pounds, right? They use pounds. They are also using right, but they do use for money. But don't they have that something? I don't know. They cursed us with feet, or supposedly. Okay, so now we're going to try and get ourselves to lean left and right. Sterling. Oh, man. How'd your stream go today, Zed? We use Imperial and metric, yeah. Pretty much. Aliens will have to pry miles out of our hands with violence. My inflammatory unit opinion is that Celsius is a poser metric unit that doesn't belong. I will say that Fahrenheit works better for ranges when it comes to describing temperature in terms of the human, like the human feeling. I feel like it's got more range to it. So when you say 70 or 72 degrees, you're like, oh, yeah. But I know you can use a decimal. I got it. I understand. But describing temperature as how it feels, I feel like Fahrenheit actually works better. But my stream went well. Finally had my animation system snap together and work nearly perfectly. Nice. The loonies. Yeah. The money there is better looking than ours. I'll say that. Like all that stuff is cooler than ours. Does everyone else still have their penny? We're so screwed up. We're like, it's not inflation. If it pretty soon 10 cents is going to be a penny at this point. All right. If it hasn't become that way already. So lean left, lean right. It's better designed. I think each bill is a different size, and so blind people can count money. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. And it does, there's like cool stuff like to it too. That's neat. Yeah. Ours does have like this feel to it though. That's interesting. I feel like the older bills feel better than the newer ones though. Like there's a texture to our older bills that's nice. Okay, so if we just start pressing it, we're going to rotate the property of the player's lean climber waist. So it's we're leaning or we're going back and forth on our waist. Climber waist, position Z. And it's not position. Oh God, we have to, it's a rotation. So tweening rotations is a little weird. So we're not doing position. And we can't just tween the property, I don't think. But maybe we can. Let's see. So if we have our waist here. So that's probably as far as we want to take it. Is like that. That's like the lean. So that is how many degrees? Like right there. And the transform is showing us as 45. So our lean will be 45 degrees. And so this is rotation. I don't know. So it's pi quarter. It's a quarter of a pi, right? So, and we know the fixed direction. So for leaning left, we know it's a positive 45, and then we know it's negative for the other one. So negative pi and a quarter, or quarter of a pi for the angle, something like that. Negative pi. And then for right, it's this. I don't think this is going to work. We might have to, dog walking time, be right back. Okay. I think we're going to have to tween a method that then does our rotation. If I remember correctly, there's some weirdness. And I think it's because I don't know. We'll see. Let's just try it. Lean left and right. So Q and E's are lean. Oh, I've got some cool stuff, Zed. Yeah. Let me show you some stuff here. We've been so this is I've been testing how do we deform the mesh for the blade kerf. And so we can subtract a mesh. I've just messed with that. So imagine this is the chainsaw cutting into the branch, right? And so we can subtract the shape of the blade of the saw as it goes through the mesh. So we know we can do that. So that's important for what we're doing for how it's going to look and everything, right? And then we also have a test scene here for breaking branches. And so mind the gap. This is just here to be clear that this is, imagine that we were sawing this point right here. And so we can pretend like we're cutting it. And once we have, right now we're comparing dot products of both sides of where the cut is, but it could change. We have these joints on the physics body. You saw that little bit of bounce, right? This is where things are getting kind of cool. So that's very tree-like. And we can apply wind forces to it and get that like shimmy that happens to a tree but anyways, so like we're cutting here and then the branch eventually falls off. So that's a very realistic, this is what we were shooting for how a branch falls when it's being cut. Because it starts to bend and then it snaps, right? So that's nice. So that's proof that we can kind of get that right sort of way that a branch falls, which I feel like is very important for this. Especially if you're tying the branches and you're trying to have them drag a certain way. So So there's that. And then unfortunately the Procgen tree stuff is a little broken right now. This has been the most interesting thing. We're deciding that we're going to just start with evergreen trees because they grow straight up and they're easy to sort of fake generating procedurally. And I can't show this right now, but we've had some interesting results where we were joining every rigid body together and it would fall and writher around like a snake. And so we figured out how to make it more uniform by essentially just exponentially shrinking the meshes where the joints are, and then you get that rigidity that a tree normally has. And it makes sense that it would be stronger, the thicker something is, and then less strong. Although it's different with cheese, it has to do with the direction of the fibers and everything, right? So as it's growing upwards, the fibers are pointing in a certain way. And so that's part of where its strength is coming from. But anyway, so I can't show this right now, but when everything was working right, we have some issues with it right now, but when everything was working right, it was beautiful because, you could see it kind of living. It was getting there. We're getting there. Although granted, like creating a tree this way, this is going to create some problems for us. There's like a dozen things we have to tackle with this particular, and it's not slowly getting shorter as it's going up and all that kind of stuff. So we'll deal with that. Is there anything else I have that I can show? Test joints, test world. What is this? No. What's this? No, that's for the camera. That's all that. It's hard to know. But a lot of this stuff is going to inform the design of the game. So, or the look of the game. Once we sort of figure this stuff out. And I don't know if you've seen our cherry picker, but we can't control the cherry picker. So this is like, woo! So you can move the cherry picker up and the bucket swings back and forth. And then you can push out the boom like that. And then you can also rotate it around like this. And this is just like a basic model, but just to prove that we can do that. So that's neat. So again, multiplayer, think of this as Power Wash Simulator, but you're trying to cut down a tree without damaging a building.
Gentlemen, this is
Adrian, thank you for the follow. So then this is our scenario. Let me explain the pitch of the game. And I've shown some videos on this, but if you've ever watched Dead Hard, thank you for the follow. So if you've ever seen any videos where they're cutting trees down and they're trying not to hit a building as they're cutting it down, that's this game. That's the whole premise of the game. Is some old lady gives you a call, you're an arborist, some old lady's like, help me, my house, and something like that, right? And they've got a tree that they need cut down, and it's like this. So the tree is like leaning over the house or something, right? And so you bid a price or whatever, they accept, and then you rent equipment or you have purchased equipment or whatever. You're trying to run a successful business, right? So that's like the outer loop of the game. But the inner loop of the game is the actual moment to moment of cutting down the tree and not destroying a house. And so how do you cut these branches and not have them land on the roof and destroy the roof, etc., right? So this, like, imagine that we had a tree that was this beautiful and stuff that we could slice into. That's where we're headed. Now we can cut branches as well, and we can slice the mesh and all that stuff. I can't show that right now because we're so busy redoing the player controller, but you have to trust me that it is possible to do that. But we want to animate it and have the ring and like all that stuff going on, right? And then of course even the pickup after that. So the wood chipper and the little machine that can grab the branches and shove them in the wood chipper, or you have to do it by hand if you're like just starting out and you're just trying to make it in the early start of your business or whatever, and you're trying to save money, and so you spend more of your time, that kind of thing. But yeah, chipping it and disposing of it and that kind of stuff. And imagine we have procedurally using real world map information. We have like a little neighborhood, right, of stuff. This is I just grabbed a satellite view of my old house. So this is the burbs. Yeah, so that's where we're headed. Let's see if we can lean now. This might not work. Like I said, what in the hell? Oh, it's additive. Right. So it needs to go back when we release. It actually looked right. Okay, so we need to restore our prior position. So we're basically going to tween back to, oh, see, this is why we have to do the method. Rotations are weird as we're using them because I think we'll be okay. Hang on a second. Oh yeah, we want to have that moment where you screw up. And you can also, this is like Power Wash Simulator, but you could die. So there's that aspect of it too, right? You could mess up and cut a branch in a way where it falls on you and you fall from the tree, that kind of thing, right? And so I think that's cool that there's like, it'd be like, and I've explained it before, and this is a little graphic, but it's like if in Power Wash Simulator, you could take the sprayer and then just point it at you and squeeze the trigger. And the net result of that would happen, which is like really bad, right? You wouldn't want to do that. But you're dealing with nature. You're up against nature in this case. So gravity and physics is going to take over. And when that happens, you could kill yourself. Or if you're working with 2 players or 3 players or whatever, and they're down below and you fell a branch in a way and it hits them, like you could kill another player. So there's lots of opportunity for really screwing things up. Okay, so we're going to go back. When we release the button, we're going to go back to 0. Let's see what this does. So the problem with this is if we continuously tap it, there's a bunch of state. We're going to have to manage state here for leaning. But let's just see if we can get the... Okay. So we're using the same easing that we were using for our... we're actually leaning on the wrong side here. So lean left is backwards. This has to be pi. And this is negative pi. And everything else is fine. And we're not going to use the trans back. And so ease in and out. We wanted, so we're using the same sort of like climbing thing. That's why it's got this like bounce to it. We just want to ease into it. So let's do the, sorry, we're looking at what a ball and socket joint was like for some of the tree stuff. That's what that was. Tween, what's it called? Tween preview. Tween easing. What's that website? Easing functions cheat sheet. This is the one. Ease out. Is that like quadratic? I think this is good. So we're going to ease out. Transquints. So transition is that, and our ease out is this. And then what about when we come come back in? I think it's the same. So ease out. Old man noises, huh? Dude, it just happens. You get to a certain age and bam, you start having that. Hey, this sounds like my dad. That reminds me of my dad. Okay. Seems right if I'm... Okay, so E isn't mapped right. Hang on a second. So I can only do left. Oh, I never put right. So Q, we need to add E to right. There we go. Okay. All right. So the way I figure this works, so we can climb up and we can lean. Ooh, 45 is too much. Let's cut it down to 40 and see if that looks good. Oh, shit. See, we're using angle. So we might have to bake a number. But for now, we'll say lean degrees, const, lean angle. And then we're going to just degree to rad for 40. And then we'll use lean angle. And then negative lean angle for the other one. Okay. Let's try that. See if 40 is good. Yo, Nathir, how's it going? Whoops. Oh, see, yeah, we need state management for that. Okay, so our look, should our look be a lady? I don't think we should adjust the look. Ah, so there is a problem with our rotation when we're leaning. Yeah, see, this all wigs out. I start to look out, and so our look is busted when we're leaning. I think we have to take in the transform when we rotate. We have to do it relative to... All of this needs to be relative to the waist's transform. Or the basis of the waist. And then this will still work right. I think that's what we need to do. Okay, so that's a little jank. But the leaning, the whole reason why we have the leaning thing is so that when we go to cut, so we need to enter like some sort of cut mode. So we lean, and then we now suddenly are sort of disembodied. We stop having to hold the button to lean, and we're now in some sort of cutting mode. And all that we care about is the motion of cutting, this, having the saw on or off, if we're holding down the, for it to run, if we're squeezing the trigger or whatever it is. And then releasing that, and then being able to move it from the top of the tree down to the to underneath it. You guys like that ambience in the game? And then we also have some ambient audio. The higher you are in elevation, you hear more wind. Which, with that helicopter is... I'm so proud of that. Oops. Anyways, this is the climbing. All I can hear is Apache. Apache, jump on it. Jump on it. Kimosabe. Jump on it. Do 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 do. Anyways. The Apache helicopters having Desert Storm flashbacks. We're gonna lose this. Oh god. I shouldn't joke. It could be very well true. Would be great to see that helicopter as well. Yeah, we could probably do something like that. Okay. So we have our leaning, we have all this. So now we need to start doing state management because when we're climbing, we need to go into like saw mode, right? And I feel like that's actually going to be a whole separate controller. So it's almost like we need to, when we go into saw mode, we need to have a sub controller. So like what I mean is, what I mean is you could be in walking and then go into saw mode, for instance. So you're walking here and there's like branches on the ground and you want to cut them up so that you can fit them into the, you know, whatever you need to do. Like, let's say the customer request was so that you made, what do they call them? The cords. You made some cords for the wood so they could burn it. You know, they don't want you to chip it. And so you have to cord the wood. And so you go and you're walking around in free mode and you walk over here and you're like, okay, I'm going to saw. And then so your movement freezes. And now suddenly it's all about controlling a saw and its blade. And your look freezes too. So all you're doing now is sort of moving your hand around to like cut something, right? That's how I'm imagining it. What do you guys think? Do you have any suggestions on how actually the cutting action should be? Like what that should play like? Will you be able to take on missions from people wanting their trees cut down, where you first go up, clear branches, then finish it off? You go down by cutting the tree down with an angle so they don't... Yeah, for sure. And what we're trying to do is set it up so that if you cut the tree poorly, the entire tree could fall over onto the building. Because if you say you have a giant evergreen and you start just sawing only one side of the branches down, and it's in some wet soil, right? The entire thing could just topple over because you're not cutting the branches in a way that's even so that it maintains its balance, right? That's why when they cut the tree, those trees, they go up them just kind of in a circle and just are cutting all the branches as they move their way up before they start cutting the top part down and all that stuff. But yeah, one of the fun things will be to start working on the roping system so that you can tie a rope to a higher branch, and then you have just these belts that you wrap around the branch that you're going to cut and clip it onto that higher branch's rope, and then when you cut that branch, it dangles from that attachment that you added to it, and it slides down the rope. So you have to have, with two people it'd be easier. You could do it solo, but you got to anchor the rope somehow and then go up the tree and do that if you're doing solo. But with two players it'll be way easier because it's like, okay, you know, attach the rope to this machine and back it up or something so it's tighter. So you can control the fall, you know, if it's a heavier branch and you want it to fall a certain way, that kind of thing. Or the basket screens. Yeah, I'd love for the old lady or whatever to be, oh, or my dog. But yeah, the potential of destroying like the neighbors' fences and stuff. Here's a good video. This is like the best video that I have that explains the moments that we want to have in the game. We are keen on making this happen. Let me find it. Search tree in my history. On the YouTube. Yeah, this is the one.
Like mine, but it's kind of, they're different but the same.
Where's the Redbeard guy from? Minnesota.
Okay, so here we go. So this is like a yard where there's no drop zone, so it has to go straight down. And my internet is just molasses right now. Yeah, so you can see they've got let's see. So Yeah, they're feeding it down. So in this case, they're feeding the rope down. So he's looped the rope around the branch.
Like every branch I cut, the tree moves less. Whereas at the top, or every branch I cut, the top would move more.
His hands are covered in sap.
Alright, I got 2 on.
So this guy holds on, and he's easing it down, right? And that this way you control the fall of the branch so that it definitely falls where you want it to. And you can see the yard is real packed in. There's fencing everywhere, and there's a bunch of like garden, you know, landscaping stuff that they don't want to destroy. And so it's all about controlled destruction. Damn, nice graphics. Yeah, hell yeah, Mr. D-Boy.
Look at that. That's crazy. That's so crazy. I'm like shocked how much this thing is still moving.
So can we do this? So the body is leaning not as much as I'm expecting. Can we do this in R climbing already? Let's see. Well, I guess I'm sleeping in tomorrow. I don't think so. I don't think I'll go that far. I mean, I guess it would look like that. Let's see. Let's go up this all the way. Yeah, except our model of our, like, human chest is in the way. So I think our camera needs to be a little bit, like, the positioning of everything's a little bit off. But yeah, we can look down like that. Yeah, pretty much the same. It needs to be a little, we need to be able to look a little bit more down. So I think our degrees of movements for the camera need, because we're clamped at 70 right now. Yeah, our chest is in the way. I'm sure you said it plenty of times, but what's the inspiration / motivation for the game? I think the inspiration came from my own property being just covered in trees and having to cut down branches and not destroy my house and stuff. So there was definitely, that's always like a thing that I think about when I'm like thinking about my property. I've got like 4 elm trees that I have to get rid of that could fall on the side of the house, and then these cherry trees, and then these box elders, and just like, and black walnut, and just like all kinds of trees that are just everywhere. And so somehow I'm always thinking of like trying to think of a game that I could maybe potentially bust out rather quickly, and that could be something people would want to play. That's like always the thing, I guess. And I started thinking about this. It popped into my head. I was like, is there, because I've had a few sim ideas where I'm like, oh, a food truck simulator. Nobody's thought of that. And I go and check, and there's like a bazillion. And then when I'm working on the smelting, I'm like, oh, a smelting simulator. Nobody's thought of that. And I go and look, and there's like 3. And then this one, I was like, oh, a tree cutting simulator, like where you just cut a tree and you cut it down. And there's like lumberjack games, but that's deforestation. I'm talking about the challenge of just cutting down a singular or maybe 2 trees on a property in a manner that doesn't destroy the surrounding property. Yeah, I've heard. I think I have at least $20,000 to $60,000 worth of black walnut, from what I can tell. So we're gonna cash in, Justin. We got to cash that in. I hate to be the guy who's like cutting down a tree for money, but it's also like completely threatening both our house and the our garage cottage building, as well as we're pretty sure killed 2 of our dogs because we didn't know it, but the walnuts themselves are toxic to dogs, and they probably chewed on them and stuff. And both of them, I'm just bring the chat down, but a few years back, 2 of our dogs passed away overnight. And they're asshole trees. Yeah. Trees are, I was talking about this last stream, but trees are fighting a long war with each other for light and resources. And the way that they're shaped even is all determined by all the other trees around them. And so the way they grow and everything. And so they're actually like fighting this crazy resource war for survival. And it's kind of wild. But it's like this slow motion battle. But yeah, a lot of evergreens are like that too, where they release like a toxin in their leaves that like stops growth all around it, and it kills it's like a pesticide. And not a pesticide, but a herbicide. I don't know what the term is, but it kills like plant life all around it, and nothing grows under those trees. Same with eucalyptus. I remember on one of the properties we lived on, we had this eucalyptus tree. You know what the worst tree is, as far as like a tree that behaves like a weed, is Russian olives. Russian olive trees are just horrible. You can cut down a Russian olive, and for 100 years, there's be sprouts coming up that you just have to get rid of. It's crazy. Yeah, even the seemingly humble trees are locked in an evolutionary battle for survival. Yeah, it's wild. But Russian olives are the worst because they're hardwoods too, so they're really hard to get rid of. We have a Russian olive that I've cut down, and I'm still to this day setting fires in its stump. I use it as like a fire pit to try and burn the stump away in the ground, and I'm almost there. But it's still like it's taking forever to get rid of it. I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back, and we'll be back to work on this. So yeah, I think that's the main thing is that, and those YouTube videos of, I don't know if you saw what I showed earlier, Justin, just a few moments ago, but I've seen a few YouTube videos of people cutting down trees and the tree falls on the house or whatever. You know, they like all of that kind of stuff, and it like all came together in this like thing. And so I'm imagining Power Wash Simulator, but cutting down trees essentially. Like that's the pitch. Be right back. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think I'm imagining if I can get the way I'm going to think about this is cutting a trailer based on a mock trailer based on these videos and like highlight moments of these videos and go and basically have that as reference of this is the trailer I want to be able to cut in the game. You know? And so using people's sort of failures and successes and stuff like that in that world and using that as like the model of what we're trying to shoot for. The dog bones are tiny. I'm sure those, well, they should be huge. They're elk bones. Did they have like a standard weight or size included in the description? Sorry guys, we got some elk horn for the dogs and it sounds like they were really small cuts. Yeah, trees, you know, even from survival perspective, the roots, the certainly the way a tree's roots structure is also a battle for resources, so that underground trees are choking each other to death and like trying to win. It's wild stuff. Let's go ahead and commit our controller that we've done these updates on. Oops. So we've got our climbing adjustments here, and it's in the game scene tree. And then the rest of this we can do nothing with. And this is the Godot. Shoot, I should have saved the project to 6.5. Move to 6.5. 4.6, sorry. 6.5. Wow, time traveler. Move to 4.6. Remapped inputs and added climb leaning. Adjusted climb controller. Added leaning. Okay. So now I guess we'll try and start going into this cut mode. Jeez. I don't know why I've just been closing things lately. It's just like a muscle thing that's starting to happen. Whatever, it doesn't matter too much. Oh, Jesus. That one was on accident. There we go. Okay. So let's say what is it you do? What would you say you do here? Let's go over to the camera. So when we're looking down, we're seeing the chest of our climber. So I guess we can squeeze it back or maybe even rotate it back. I guess we could do that. Oops. See, but then if we're looking down, no, this won't change anything because the camera is relative to the climber position. So we need to disconnect the camera. Then we're going to lean the... I'm going to move the camera out of the chest. Then we're going to lean the chest back. Then we're going to bring the camera back into the chest. And we'll see if that helps. Is it Mario in 3D? Ha ha! Let's go. Absolutely, it's Mario in 3D. Okay, so now we have all this room to see when we're looking around. And the little picture-in-picture in the bottom corner. Oh, you guys can't even see that. This whole time I have this like picture-in-picture thing that I've been doing for modeling or getting the player controller to be how I want it. You guys can't even see it. Go figure. Here we go. You guys can see it now. So we take over this. Oops, wrong thing. Oh, we don't have a way out of controllers right now. It just says weights. Hiding his pee-pee behind the camera. So we can lean. So you see on the bottom left the preview of what's going on the controller. Can lean and look around. And then we're climbing up, rotating around. This looks right. And we shouldn't be able to go this far back when we're looking, right? There's got to be some limit to our head movement because we're not birds. And obviously we can't rotate around like this with our climbing rig. Okay. Let's try chainsaw controls. All right. Oh my gosh. Dead Hard, you were the 1,400th follow. Marking a new 100 followers from 300 or 1,300. So congratulations. I need like a dollar store party popper thing. Buy that at the dollar store for $3. Okay, so now we need to enter like cut mode. And like I was saying, I think the way I'm going to do it is turn the either to sub controller or something. And so how would that work? We could do a sub controller. But essentially what we then are doing is we're controlling the position of our hands and whether or not the chainsaw is on or off. Most chainsaws work on a trigger, right? Are there any chainsaws that don't use the trigger mechanism? I'm not familiar with all the degrees of saws out there, but most of them have a squeeze trigger, right? And that makes sense from a safety standpoint. A two-phase thing. It's like kind of analog. Okay, so I'm going to trust my instinct on this. Nobody gave any feedback of the way that the saw should work. Oh, yeah, there's the button on the side. Yeah, I think mine's the same way. There's like a safety that you have to press down to be able to squeeze the trigger. Right. So I guess the way that the sub controller would work is we have sawing, chainsaw, controller. Is that how we're doing this? Controller, chainsaw. Controller, chainsaw is a controller. We don't know what kind just yet. But then we have a mode that we switch to, so we can say whether or not we are chainsawing or not. So really, we could do this through inheritance, which, but we could. But if we inherited a controller that is like this parent controller means that anything that inherits from this can use the chainsaw, right? So obviously, for instance, if you're controlling the buttons that run the cherry picker down here, to be able to then switch to the chainsaw while you're doing that is not ideal. You wouldn't do that, right? Hopefully in real life. But if you're in the bucket and then you're controlling the cherry picker like this, right? And you're moving it up and down and you're inside the bucket, then you could go into a chainsaw mode because you're going up to make a cut anyways, right? So we could have a controller that's like carrying chainsaw or something, but then we have problems with we're having to swap it out. Like, what if you're trying to do something else? So I think having a sub controller is the way to go. And by default, we could say null. So we could say you don't have one. And then if you pick up a chainsaw, you are now able to use the chainsaw controller. So if we do this for both this and free move, let's go ahead and split the two. So here we have controller chainsaw and then there. So controller chainsaw. And we're adding a behavior here where if it's active, we pass all of our inputs from this controller to it. Is there a smart way to do this? Can we notify the... Because one better way to do this right now, the way that this works is the game is always sending inputs to whatever the active controller is. So we have controller right here. And whatever controller is set to the inputs pass, the process input event, all these things fire. So we could somehow change this and know that when we leave the chainsaw mode, we have to go back to another controller. And we could actually do that on the chainsaw controller. So the chainsaw controller could have a thing that says, this is where I came from, right? We could do that. It seems okay. So let's go ahead and create that code for that controller. I kind of like this pattern. It's working for me. Controller chainsaw. And oops, I screwed that up right off the bat. Yeah, we didn't. Let me close that out. What was I thinking? Delete that. And script controller chainsaw. And we're going to inherit controller. Somehow not a reserved word. Okay. So now we have our controller chainsaw. We exist. And now this error should go away. Could not. Is chainsaw one word or two? Chainsaw is one. Why do I have a capital S? There we go. It was wrong. Okay. Now, let's head over here and go over to our chainsaw code. Okay. So we need some idea of a previous controller. So these are the overrides. This isn't, but these two are. You know what we could do? But see, if this is overridden, then nothing I put in here is going to matter. Let me just try something. It does fire. Can I stop the processing of inputs from the override? No. So I can still do something here. We could have a Boolean called like active and then have and if we are active, this just turns into Army of Darkness. Don't forget to have 2 Booleans to track if each armor is intact. Might need a float for percent of armor remaining. Oh, man. I never even thought about that. Oh my God. How do we handle if we're doing 2-player and somebody comes up to the other one and goes into chainsaw mode and is like, hey, look at me. And then tries to chainsaw their friend. What happens? See, this is the thing. I have an idea for a game. I have a feeling when I put it into people's arms, now we're talking about arms. When I put it into people's hands, did it again. They're going to want it. They're going to tell me what they want it to be when they see it. Like, and it's really rough edges. They're going to say, oh, I would like to be able to do this. And I have a choice to make. I either say, no, that's not the game I'm making. No. which is the Infiniminer approach. Or we go the Notch way and we say, I'll think about it. And then they're right and you let it stew for a little bit and you're like, okay. And then we end up making Minecraft and not Infiniminer. But so I think that's I worry that I'm creating a game where you can give people chainsaws and the outcome is going to be like Wood Tree Fighter 9000 and we're just like sawing each other's limbs off and stuff to try and be the first to cut the tree down or something. Like I have this idea of this beautiful simulation game. And the major complaint in the reviews is, why can't I chop my friend's arms off? And let's say we add a fail state to that where it's like you killed your teammate and now you're being sued and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, do you just game over the screen right then and there when they saw it? When the first time a player thinks to do that is right at the end of a job and they go and saw their friend's arm off. And then it's like, you lose. Is that a good thing to do? Or do we just do the Fallout 3 thing? You got the cop noise already. This is true. What the hell?
I mean, so they're all over the weight it says. But, I mean, this says large and extra large dogs. And that's supposed to be the next size up. Is this, I mean, are these safe to give him? I know these for sure not.
Well, I mean, it doesn't crack. It gets milled down when they chew on these.
Right. They're just so much smaller than the other ones. And I can't find that order. I could have sworn that's where I ordered them from and they looked just like those pictures, but
This is shrinkflation. But the photographs are absolutely a lie.
but this is extra large.
Yeah. This is a extra large Elkhorn, guys. Did you know?
There's only one size bigger than that. But I didn't get it because it was so
And this is
expensive.
for large size dogs. This one here for my dog. This is supposed to be for them.
So, I mean, I can go return these. And I think I'm not going to get the shipping back, but I paid shipping because it was the extra
How much?
$35. All this.
Jesus.
And that was with like super.
I should be going out to the forest and just grabbing elkhorns that are on the ground.
Yeah. Do we have those here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna return them. I mean, unless you think we should keep those ones, I could just return these. But this will only get like
How much again?
the whole thing was $35, but I paid shipping.
And that's the deal.
Yeah, no, this was like
Yeah, because I would expect twice this.
This was like $60 before all the discounts they had. And they weigh, like, these weigh way more than it says on the label. So.
They have expiration dates.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I was planning on returning them. I'm just super annoyed. Why didn't they taste good? Oh.
recommended size is slightly larger than a pet's mouth. This is not larger than his mouth.
Nope. All right. Returning them.
Okay.
I wonder if there's a PetSmart in Burley, because then I could do it today. We'll check.
Okay. Just careful about
Sorry.
location names and
Whoops.
stuff.
That's not where we live, though. I'm traveling to there.
Well, that helps even more, but thank you.
Oh.
I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a snack. But for the damaging, honestly, just HP is probably enough. Don't need to lose those limbs. I don't know of any friend sloppy games where I can chop my friend's arms off, even with ridiculous weapons. Fair point. Fair point. All fair. All's fair in love and chainsaws. So the way that we're doing it in the game code here is we just do this controller process inputs and then the delta, right? Delta doesn't really matter. It's a fixed value because we're using the physics process for processing those inputs. So it's always the same. If we sorry, I'm in the wrong thing over here. So we don't want to call this is where things get weird. I suppose we do an early return. So we can set a chainsaw controller. I almost think that it just needs to be a glob, a static value from game. And we just have our controller, and then we have our saw controller. So controller saw or controller chainsaw. And everyone has one. Whether they have a chainsaw on them or not, it exists. And then we can simply say on the game state, that's where we do it. We don't do this weird substate bullshit. We just say on the game state, hey, we're processing. Yeah. Because we don't even need a check. Ooh, guys, this is good. Okay. Yeah. So we always have controller chainsaw, and then we always have controller var previous or return to. And we shouldn't call it controller return to. Return to controller. And we set this one, whenever we set the chainsaw, we go, okay, we're in chainsaw land. And then when we leave chainsaw land, we go, all right, return to whatever controller, and then we make that one active again. Fair enough. And then we're always processing controller inputs. No additional checks needed. This always fires on our physics process and on the input event process. So everything is kosher there, which is nice. Yeah, I think this will work. And what are we bitching about here? Oh, chainsaw controller is busted right now. It's old and busted. Process or return. Oh, that's my burrito alarm. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right with the whole like HP thing. That's probably the way to go. So, okay. We just need a way to switch over to controller, the controller. The great thing about this is we're not managing a state. We're just managing a controller. So we just swap the controller out. So all we need is a universal, we are entering sawing mode and we are exiting sawing mode. PC Bros for inputs. Is there tab? Is that kind of a thing for switching modes, maybe? Keeps the gores down. Yeah. Yeah, you could do no blood or blood, I guess. And no maniacal laugh or maniacal laugh. We'll use tab for switching. Tab to switch between what? Between the chainsaw and your regular movement. Or do we hold down shift to be in the saw mode and then we release shift when we want to leave it? I know in Windows, if you feather shift, even if you're playing a video game, that can trigger some bullshit, right? Or if you capture the keyboard inputs, does that not transfer to the OS? For the accessibility mode thing. Would there be a set of tools? Yeah, because we could cycle through them. There would be. So when you're climbing, if you're doing the ropes, you'll have a series of you can switch from your chainsaw or to one of your clips that you would wrap around the branch and then clip to the rope, right? Should it be numbers? Oh, that could work. Let's do that. So add action is chainsaw. Or normal, what do we call it? Movement? Active primary controller. Controller chainsaw. Why is it so slow when I'm in here? It's doing some weird draw thing that slows everything down. Controller chainsaw. Controller primary. Skimner, how's it going? So controller primary is uno. And controller chainsaw is dos. Or ichi ni. Four is a backpack. Yeah, because also having an axe is also kind of a thing that they'll have on them for some reason. Sometimes you also have wedges, metallic wedges that when you're trying to get the tree to fall a certain way and it won't start to tip, you mallet hit it in, like you'll use the mallet side of an axe, and then you'll hit that metal wedge in to try and slowly get it to tip. So if we do the physics right, all of that stuff should be possible. If we get that right, guys. Be right back. Gotta get that burrito. like Charlie Brown. Ask her if it would be like Charlie Brown in Charlie Brown Christmas. Back again. Okay. So we have controller chainsaw is 2, controller primary is uno. And so if we're processing inputs, we're just looking for 1 or 2. If event is inputs, event is action pressed, controller primary, we do something. And if it's chainsaw, we do something else. And if it's chainsaw, let's go up here. I don't think controller needs to be public like this. Could be wrong. Whoa, how did I do that? Oh, V and then, oh, jeez. Crazy thing about Vim, man. Crazy thing about Vim. We're going to say controller current. Controller primary. Okay. Ooh, there's a few here. My goodness. Let's just rename this then. Oh! Screwed it up. Way to go, Cricket. There we go. Whoa, what the? Man, Cricket. You're breaking everything. How did it become the weird dot? What? Why are... Oh, because it's an equals. Okay. Now, controller primary... if we're pressing controller primary and controller and return to controller is not null, then we say controller primary equals return to controller. Or I guess it would be return to controller primary. No, return to controller. Okay, now if we do chainsaw, then we say return to controller equals controller primary and controller primary equals controller chainsaw. So this is a bit of a state thing to switch between, but nothing too crazy. So now we have a controller chainsaw that we need to set up. Not quite there yet. Controller is not declared. Oops. How did I end up over here? Expected end of statement. Oops. My bad. There we go. Update ambience. So based on our primary controller primary position. Okay. Looking good. I have a good feeling about this one, boys. Could this pay some bills in the household, in the old Cricket household? All right. So now we don't need control a chainsaw here, and we don't need one for our climbing controller because it's overridden by a different approach. So now, if I press 2, I shouldn't be able to move. Woo! Non-existent call. Everything works. Okay. This works. It's just we don't have the controller for the... So now we need to create a chainsaw controller. So we're going to say node trace D. And we have a mock chainsaw that we've created. Controller chainsaw. Chainsaw is ready. Here we go. Okay, so now we have our chainsaw controller. It wants us to assign a camera. Ooh. Yeah, this is weird. Okay. Chainsaw is ready. Oh, God, I can't do it now. Chainsaw is ready to... my voice is a little too... It's a little off. Snap into a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah. Chainsaw ready. You're gonna find out how ready I am to cut this branch off. I'll make you writhe in pain, brother. You'll be crying for your mama. I'll skin your ass raw. So if we, okay, so it needs to be an export. So this is a little weird. It's not static. As a matter of fact, I don't think any of these have to be static at this point, because I don't think we reference them outside of themselves. But this certainly needs to be an export. So we'll throw this here. Nope, not return to controller. We don't want return to be controller. Return to controller. Return to controller. Don't you know? Return to controller. Yeah. Control cherry picker free move. Controller chainsaw. Should be a part of our exports now. There it is. There's our chainsaw. Okay. So that looks good. So when we do... Oh, man, yeah, there's a lot to think about with this. Do we care? So maybe on the default controller, take control if camera does not equal null. Oh, so we already... Previous Cricket's got your back, man. He already thought of that. See, this is the expert programmer mindset. I don't have to assign a camera. I'm checking if there is one or not. We'll be okay, I think. Try again. All right, press 2. Can't move around. Press 1. We can move around. Okay, that's a good sign. Climb the tree. Go up. Press 2 to bring out our saw. Can't move anything. Press 1 to go back to our climb. And we're good. Okay, it's looking right. So now all we have to do is create the behavior for the chainsaw. So this is going to be much more advanced once we're actually getting to the point where we're executing this in a non-prototype setting. Because what's going to happen is you're going to trigger moving to the chainsaw. The animation's going to play where you're like lifting it up and getting it out, right? And so all that's going to happen when you say, hey, I want to use the chainsaw. I believe it's very common also to be a climber who receives the chainsaw, a certain style of chainsaw later. So you'll cut the thin branches on like an evergreen using one size of chainsaw. And then once you get to the part that you need to cut the actual trunk of the tree, you switch to a different style of chainsaw. In real life, you're fighting exhaustion. So I do feel like maybe your player has some form of energy level of exhaustion that they're, so that you kind of like need to alternate. So that would create a way for allowing in a multiplayer setting. Yeah, stamina. So that would allow for in a multiplayer setting where it's like, oh, he's going to get to cut the whole tree. And then your buddy's like, dude, my stamina's real low. I got to come down. Right. And then you slide down or you shimmy down, and then the other guy can go up. And so it naturally could create a give and take for cutting that tree down. I think that's cool. Speed running the tree cutting, I think, is also like having a high score, a lowest time on cutting a tree down, I think is really cool too. Without damaging anything. Having replays of that also would be awesome. Okay. So I think for now, since we're in prototype land, we're going to throw, we have a chainsaw mesh somewhere. Right here. We are going to just, here we go. They've changed the way the print statements work. There it is. So this is our chainsaw mesh. Maybe. And on our controller chainsaw, we will add a mesh instance. And there's our chainsaw. There she is. Man, either our chainsaw is really small or these branches are huge. I think these branches are huge. I heard that it doesn't matter about the chainsaw, the size of the chainsaw, but we're not. We're already getting to the wood jokes. Enjoy them. So interestingly, in the modeler, yeah, this makes sense. We're backwards. So we want all of this stuff to be rotated around like so. And then the center of the chainsaw is this end here. That makes the most sense. Okay, so we're going to save again. Our mesh maybe shows up somewhere. Let's reload. Save this. Okay, we'll put this up in assets. Did they change how dragging and dropping works? That was weird. And okay, now we're rotated wrong, which is good. If you can believe it. There we go. Okay. So here's our chainsaw. And this is going to suck for sure. Because now we're building an armature. We don't have to think about that just yet, but we do have to peg it onto the controller, the camera stuff. So it needs to be, it's almost like we need to mount the whole thing under the active camera of the primary controller. So something to think about here. You know, I just want to say, I'm just going to blindly look at, let's see, 20 of you are watching right now. Thank you very much. I'm going to say that. That's like almost a full classroom. That's wild. And I appreciate it. Yeah. And we're making a video game. We are making a video game. We're making a video game. That's the plan, Stan. Let's go ahead and slap this thing in front of our free move just to see. This is weird. Are we moving the camera around? Oh, we're moving the camera around. A full classroom is 34 people. Oddly specific number. Not in the schools I went to. We were in the 40s. But there's so much tardiness that we were probably in the low 30s. Rather used to be. I know, who knows what it's like now, right? So, come to think of it, how are we doing? Let's look at the free move controller. How? What? Who? Camera walking? What? Camera climbing? We're not using either of these. So these can go away. Does the game still work? Yes. Okay, I'm severely confused right now. Climbing. What? Game. Controller free move. Game. Controller primaries, controller free move. What? Take control. Camera.current is true. What? Free move has no camera. Why is it here? What? Okay, hang on a second. Something's funky. What? None of this is making any sense to me right now. Hang on. Game, let's suddenly nothing makes sense. Controller primary is free move. We're not taking control. And free move has nothing about the camera, but has a reference to camera. If we go over to controller, here's camera. Assignment of camera. Are we assigning camera on controller free move anywhere? No. What? What the hell's going on here? What? How do we have a... It's such a basic thing, but I don't know how we have the camera on the player controller right now. I don't understand where it's coming from. What is happening? What's going on? Let's look at the running scene. Let's look at the scene tree here. Game, controllers, controller free move, has no camera attached to it. Okay, we know that we are telling our friend somehow this is happening. Bros. I don't understand. Okay, character body 3D. Actually, this makes sense. We have a camera on character body 3D. Oh. Oh, I see it now. Oh, I see it. This is just processing inputs. We're telling something else to move. That's not right. Character velocity. Yep. Okay, so we're actually technically broken, and we would discover this if once we have where we return back down from climbing and go back down to free move, our camera would be stuck on the climbing camera, and then when we go to free move, nothing else would change. Like we would be able to walk around, and from the climbing camera, we could see our character moving around. But so we are technically not doing this correctly for our free move. So we can fix that later, but that's good to catch. Now, still gonna do the chainsaw. Back to what we were trying to talk about down here. Well, and that means we have to fix this because we need to know what camera is active. And we do that by asking the controller. And we say, hey, dude, which is it? So here's the question. In the game code, what game code? Genghis Khan. Legend of the broken game controller. Do 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 do. Why isn't there anything like that on Twitch? Nobody's doing like game shows, unless I don't know. I don't try and find that stuff. But like, where the hell's Legends of the Hidden Temple? Like the modern version of that on Twitch. You can do that live. You'd have to have a bunch of stuff for between stagings, things and stuff, but dude, American Gladiator on Twitch. Let's do it. Let's have an account and get his face beat up by some roided out TikTok gym person. You got all these like gym bros who are these personalities. It's American Gladiator is like ripe to return with that kind of stuff. But not physically playing. Yeah. Man, American Gladiators could come back on streaming. But I'm sure that Universal or something owns the rights to that. The best you can watch on Twitch is Bob Ross. He's a pretty cool painter. Mm-hmm. Could you, I mean, I don't think anyone could imagine back then, hey, did you know you're going to live on not just in reruns, but people are going to be watching you from a screen in their hand? Bum, 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 doo, doo. Death by song. That's a cool idea. It'd be cool to do some sort of like chat game thing for like a stock market, like game predictions, like what ones will do well and so on, and do it like in like a prediction market that doesn't involve actually gambling, just fake gambling. It'd be fun to do that on my stream. Will I accomplish the thing I'm trying to accomplish? Yes or no? People can gamble on it. Doug does extremely well doing little game show stuff in his software/games. Unloved 8-Bit has own totally fake stock market where you could use fake tokens to buy, sell stocks. That's funny. So it's been done. It's been done. Controller free move. Let's think about this here. We have an export to character body 3D. Might as well put that character body 3D under controller free move. So we are in the land of the sane. We need to have a reference to our camera. And export. Or no. Camera is an export already, right? So if we go over to controller free move, there should be camera. Yes, indeed. And so we do see camera on controller free move, and it is on character body 3D. So that is set up right. I was wrong. So, but it makes sense to put it here. Makes sense to put it here. So that's better. And controller free move should be at 0, 0. And it is. Good. Now, that's looking good. Controller free move has the correct camera. I don't think there's anything else we need to do here. But again, the problem in front of us is gaining access to said camera when we activate controller. And I think it might be as simple as this. When our game code, when we go and we do this little switch here, controller chainsaw could be a public space thing. No, it's an export. We can't do that. Son of a biscuit! So we can't do that, but we can do... I hate all this shit. I hate all those constraints. So stupid. But then I love them when I have them. Then it's not stupid. It's only stupid when it gets in my way. So we could say controller chainsaw camera equals controller return to controller. Ooh, no. You know what we have to do? We have to match the transform. Controller chainsaw should have a camera on it. And then we just match the transform. Easy peasy. That's what we're going to do. So for now, what we'll do is we'll have the controller floating out in outer space. Let's, you know what? We'll just position her to be... First of all, let's reset it so it's centered on here. Good. Then we're going to put the controller chainsaw as though we were cutting this branch. Okay. And what we'll do is we'll have a camera on this, and then we'll match the transform of the camera of the controller that is handing us off. So we need camera and controller chainsaw is going to point to that like a shoe. And we're going to scoot that camera back a little bit like so. Now we're too far back. So we're going to bring it in. Let's bring it in with a little bit of grid snapping. There we go. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. 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 So how do we get this to feel like it's from our arm and we're moving this around? I don't know yet, boys. I do not know. But controller primary has a transform. So we're going to say controller primary camera transform equal, no, other side. Our controller chainsaw will match that. So we'll just pop into its position like so. Both the Jaws theme tune and the Star Wars theme tune can be heard of watching a VT. Yeah, the Star Wars one is when they dress up ET as Yoda. I can't remember. I know the Jaws one. Yeah, I remember spotting the Jaws one too, but I can't remember where exactly. Okay. So technically now there's a camera floating out in space right there and a chainsaw. And yet we're not seeing it. And the chainsaw is gone. Let's see where you are, friend. Controller chainsaw. Well, can we see the chainsaw when we walk up? There it is. If we press 2, it disappears. And I'm guessing it's going to the wrong place because I don't see it. Let's look at the scene again. And we're going to click on controller chainsaw. Game 3D. It's inside our head. Where is my saw? Where is my saw? Very curious. Controller primary, controller free move. Take control is not happening. We need to call take control. How do we do that down here? Take control. Controller primary. Ah! And free move. Current. Matching the camera's chainsaw. Or the camera transform. Now, is that because we are relative? So it's actually, it needs to be the global transform. Ah, we're in relative. It's a global transform. There we go. And if we have 2, there's our chainsaw. Okay, it's a little too close to the camera. So we need to scoot it out. Oh, and is it in the frustum? Oh yeah, what? Bloody hell. Why is it, our center point is here. So what we really want to do is push the chainsaw out to the camera point. Kind of wish this stuff would invert. And let's say we're right-handed, so we're going to put the chainsaw on the right side of our player. The chainsaw, this is what's weird is, it has to actually be rotated a bit in order for the blade to even show up. Because it's technically so thin. Okay. Now we pull the whole thing back. Grab the chainsaw. There it is. There's our friend, Old Faithful, ready to saw who knows what into a million pieces. But we want to get as close to the camera's frostum as heavenly possible. Our heavenly frostum. My son loves that ridiculous shipping game, and I just can't. I can't. I play it with him, but good God. Breaks my heart. Never go full lumberjack. Oh, it's a ridiculous shipping or super reliable shipping or something. It's free on Dad Pass. Oh, by the way, Windows kindly effed me over and charged me for Game Pass PC, even though, like, it was part of just logging into a brand new Windows install. It was like, hey, here's a free Game Pass. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then it's like, no, not ridiculous. No. Not Johnson's Game. Very reliable. Let me get it right. Not Johnson's Game. I'd never say that about Johnson's Game. Did I get it screwed up with him? Very reliable shipping. Totally reliable delivery. Jesus Christ. Yes. No, shame on me for besmirching Johnson. I didn't mean to do that at all. No, Johnson's Game is dope. But there's Wishlist the Mailroom. He's working on that right now. No. I wasn't talking about Johnson's Game. Oh God, I probably lost a bunch of viewers. They're like, fuck this guy. No. And I don't mean to. Also, even though I can't stand the game, it has an audience, so who am I, right? I'm not gonna, like, it's just that for my tastes, this game is like straight to nap time. This is the game I'm talking about. My bad. Jesus. So this is kind of what it looks like. It's a pretty fairly representative thing of it. It's a, the term would be friend slop. It's multiplayer. You basically have, like, you grab things and you carry them or you hold on to something. And so the whole idea is you have these different deliveries that you have to do. And you try not to destroy the package and get it there in time. So that's it. Yeah, it's a physics game, strictly. Dude, yeah. Everything is a physics movement. It's got, like, feels like QWOP movement. I've already reported this stream to Johnson. My God, I feel like a shithead, even getting it mixed up. No, very, totally reliable delivery. That's so funny, though. Totally reliable delivery is absolutely what I was thinking of. So this is the one. He loves it, but dear God, it's, are you there, Odie? No, he's not in here. It's you.
Yeah, he really likes it.
Yeah, he does.
It is very hard to master, though.
Yeah.
I don't think you can even master it because it's like one of those ragdoll games.
Yeah. Ragdoll is a great way of describing it. Yeah.
Oh, that's my one.
But we fly around, we fly our helicopters and stuff and have fun doing that. Okay, chainsaw, bring it to me. Okay, so then when we grab the chainsaw, can we call a function that says, hey, you're about to become active on the controller? Yes, we can. We have take control already. So we have an override function here called well, this will always return we'll call it active. God, I feel like a jerk. Yeah, no, definitely wasn't talking about Johnson's game. Johnson's game's so cool. I like his game. That's out, right? That's doing good. That's ridiculous shipping. That's arcade management sim. Yeah. No, he's not streaming right now, is he? What are you trying to stir up shit for? What are you doing? Okay, he's not streaming. See, I am worried because I'm dealing in the physics space of things. I'm trying to make sure that a player controller and stuff is nothing like that. I think first person is the right move for this game too. So we kind of avoid a lot of that junk just by having our controller be what it is. Okay, so how are we going to do the actual movement of our chainsaw? Let's say, how do we do this, guys? How do we move the chainsaw around? We're going to freeze the camera movement when we're in the chainsaw mode. Chainsaw is going to get picked up. And then, or do we not freeze the camera? And now you're controlling, like, it's like Doom. And you just have a chainsaw and it's like this, right? And wherever you're looking, that's where the chainsaw goes? Or is it that the camera's still and now you're manipulating, like, the chainsaw motion? What do you guys think? My instinct is saying to freeze the camera because you want to allow the player to focus on a precise cut. And they may want to tilt the it's weird because they're going to want to be able to tilt the saw. And I mean, technically, you may want to be able to saw back like this and then forward like that. Like, there's a lot of weird stuff that you might want to be able to do to control the saw. But for now, I guess we'll have it go fixed up and down. And then you can tilt it left and right or tilt it like this. So how do we do that? Like, what are we doing here? What would you say it is you do here? Do we use Q and E to tilt it just like you would when you're climbing? So we'll override active. And this is going to get called on every controller when it becomes active. So take control happens here, and then we just fire off active. And this is just something we can use to allow us to set the table for certain things. It's almost like ready. So in our case, for the chainsaw, we want to show the mesh. And this is where we would create the you can.
There you go. All right, I gotta go.
Okay. Hang on, guys. I got to make out with my wife real
They're all
quick.
situated.
Okay.
You might want to set an hour timer because Gemma's not playing
Okay.
Xbox. She might switch to it, but she's trying that game that she asked about. Molly, did you mute the sound?
Oh, no, I didn't mute the sound. No.
Okay, I love you.
Love you
Don't
too.
forget to set a timer unless you
Yeah, I'll set a timer.
let 'em have the limited time.
Unlimited time.
Okay, I love you, Odie. I can't go to the boat. No, it's locked. I go tomorrow.
That's not the free mode then.
I don't know.
Yeah, I got to help him. Something's not right.
Trying to go to what part on the teleporting that was grayed out.
Can you show me, Odie?
These two boats.
All the DLC.
Yeah, we don't have that part of the game. But that's okay. You can do all the other stuff. Okay. Okay. You good? Okay.
Do you want to play with me?
Papa's gonna work.
I got to work, buddy.
Mama. I forgot to tell her that movie. When I'm done with the day, I will be hungry.
You'll be hungry after you're done?
Yeah.
Okay. No worry, we're getting burgers, okay?
Yeah, gimme.
Yummy!
All right. Sorry about that. Okay, we're almost ready to actually start working on the chainsaw controller. Let's investigate a little bit further here. We got the and it over here. This is all weird stuff. Now, what we'll probably do if there's an actual animated character is we're gonna glue the kinematic portion of the hand to the wherever they're controlling the chainsaw, and then the arm and everything is just going to move wherever we're moving the chainsaw, right? So that's a freebie with kinematics, but and it's in inverse kinematics, which my understanding is it means that normally with kinematic, like any of that animation, you're animating every joint to get it to be to the point you want it to be at. Inverse kinematics is you say, I want this point to be right here. I'm going to animate that, and everything else will then correspond. So I believe that's what's going on with inverse kinematics. But we don't have to worry about any of that right now because we're in prototype land. Anything is possible in prototype land. So I think the way this should work, I'm trying to imagine with a keyboard and mouse, the controls. Because we're going to go controller, but we're going to do PC first thinking. We could do like right mouse button for tilting the saw. So you move free with the mouse when you're in this mode. And then if you right click the mouse, if you move left, it tilts 45 degrees one way. If you tilt right, it's 45 degrees another way. And if you tilt up or down, it moves it back or forward. After several decades, my brain is still only in prototype land. Redstone, how's it going? 1146. Feels great. Nice. New SSR is epic. I haven't touched any of that stuff. It's so funny. The freebie I should throw in here is the clouds and the night time of day stuff. It's going all right. Hey, Johnson. Johnson, earlier I accidentally besmirched your game. Because my kids love this game called Totally Reliable Delivery. And I called it Ridiculous Delivery something. So I interjected your name into it, and I was like, I can't stand that game. My kids love it, and I can't stand it, blah, blah, blah. And everyone's like, you're talking about Johnson's game? I was like, no. Not Johnson's. It was a good time. Everyone laughed and laughed. See, we should have a fake beef, Johnson. If we get a beef going, then we can have outrage channels on YouTube. Follow our. It'll be like in wrestling. I'm an acquired taste. No. Then just rake in the money. Heck yeah. What? He told us all to delete ridiculous shipping. I did not. So here's our little chainsaw. Johnson, we're working on the controller stuff. Give me a moment here. I'll show you what's up. Okay, so working on our climbing controller. We did some work here. Working on the chainsaw stuff. We have the chainsaw mode. We press 2 on the keyboard to go to chainsaw mode. Chainsaw is going to pop up in front of us. Right now, it's just sort of appearing. That's fine. We'll get all that worked out. Anyways, this is to show us on the bottom left, you can see a little camera. And that's to show what the model is doing as we sort of look around. So we now have like a lean. So we can lean to the side of the tree. So if we want to cut something from a certain angle or whatever, if we want to get above it. We also remapped everything to WASD for movement and Q and E for the lean. And the looking around now, the controller feels right. Yeah, so that's that. And then what we're going to have is you can go into chainsaw mode. Everything freezes for the camera, and now you're moving the chainsaw around and getting it to do what you want it to do. Growling Octopus with 20 consecutive streams. There's like a pack of cigarettes. Oh, on the side of the smoker confirmed. I've stopped for 30 years and cricket made me start smoking again. Guys, that's the last of the candy corn. A moment of silence for the candy corn.
Working across teams.
We're going to play a theme for this moment. Might get back into streaming. Do it, Johnson. Or not Johnson, Redstone. See, I do that all the time. In honor of the lost corn on the cob. The last candy corn, I mean. Now, what's really going to boil your noodle the double goose salute. I love how we just stole the song. Is this the British one? Yeah. I love how the Americans just were like, yeah, we'll take that. All right, back to work. Okay, so when we're active, we're going to show the mesh. So now we need to have a reference to the mesh on the controller chainsaw. We have that here. So we go over here. We're going to choose mesh. My son's having so much fun right now playing it. It's great. Also, when we leave our activeness, how do we know this is going to create a problem? So when we're active, we'll show the chainsaw. How you guys liking 4.6? Bring up the chainsaw. Can't move around. Don't show the chainsaw. Why are we not? Debugger. It's not visible. Oh, we need to take control. There we go. UI pivot is cool. Got a new mouse and mouse pad. Nice. Scene tree optimizations is welcome. IK is back. What's not to love? IK was there. It was there. It just was undocumented. Four six is nice, yeah. Is this still the multiplayer game? Right now, it's not multiplayer. This thing, it's a prototype what I'm working on. Not designing it around multiplayer in the prototyping phase, but co-op, split screen co-op is the current thinking for prototypes. And then once we kind of know if we have something, then we can talk about it. Real problem is it's going to be really physics heavy. Comes in GLB. I bought you a standard license for. What are you talking about? To Bob. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. See, that's a clever way to support the channel, because nobody's getting 50% of that, save for the people that you paid and their money processing, right? I paid, right? I guess, yeah, I don't know. Like that you gave it to everybody. You're like, here. No, hang on, let me get on my Discord and get it. Appreciate it. You didn't want to look at that mesh. You're like, no. No. New mouse. Hang on. Got to share some stuff here. Ooh. Ooh, is that texture? Do you feel that, or does it have a surface over it? That's nice. And that's like a weighted wheel, isn't it? Is this a Logitech? It looks like I have a Logitech with the same exact design. It just doesn't look like this. Looks carbon fibery. Yeah. Nice. Stream is delayed by 15. It could easily be my internet. Could easily be my internet. All right, let's get this chainsaw in here. Holy moly, we got a chainsaw now. Okay. Assets. Hey, it looks like we were pretty close on our sizing. Of course, this is pretty big, but we're going to have to... Everything's going to be base chainsaw. Damn! Hell yeah. Okay. Let's fix up our chainsaw.
I can't believe you've done this.
Absent Pixel, thank you for the follow. My kid paid 110 quid for his new mouse that arrived today. I paid like 12 for mine. Mouse is 55 grams, feels great. It was cheap as freak. Yeah, you can always just open up a mouse and put some metal washers in them just to add some weight. It's a cheap way to make a cheap mouse feel better. The one I paid for that much ended up breaking in 3 months. Jeez. Cheap ones are better. Yeah. Everything's, look, what is, there's a term for this now. The expensive stuff is crappy and the cheap stuff is crappy. There's like a term for it now, but it doesn't seem like it matters if you spend a lot or a little anymore. Like the quality metric is still just as broken for all of it. I'm using a cheapo Amazon mouse. Seems to point and click. It seems to point and click. I confirmed the double click switch from the manufacturer and I got a replacement. It does the same. Nice. If I could solder, I'd do something about it. Yeah. I would very much recommend this mouse, especially for the price. Sea Cricket. I want it lighter. Oh. I always like weight to my mouse. Maybe I'm a weirdo. I like it to have some heft. Okay, we don't want a mesh instance. We've renamed this. We are in broken land right now. Let's reload. Oh, it's right here. There it is. Oh my God. Oh, we might have to do something where we make the armature transparent so you can see the blade. Let's try moving it around a bit. I might buy a second one and remove as much material as possible. Lower the weight as much as I can. When you earn $100,000 from this or another game, in this financial year. Remember to update the license. Okay. A small part of me misses cleaning the mouse ball to get it working again. It was great. I liked it. I liked the discovery of like, what's in there? You know? Like, oh, that's gross. It's like black and hairy. Most older people prefer heavy mice. I do get it for mouse things, but for competitive things, lighter just makes a difference. I see. Or are younger people just weaker? My mouse is so heavy you could easily call a rat. That's funny. Well, let's try a few things here. Let's look at the mesh of what we got. Close that out. The saw. Why are there so many things? And it's just the mesh. So I can't control the... I can't control the... That's not how a blade on a chainsaw works. Or that's not how the saw... It goes around on both ends. Okay. Still, we got something. So, we're gonna... It's weird that there's so many routes just for this. Let's try and get an armature thing going for moving it. Again, though, the question is, how do we move it? Exterior, near field frost them and remove the body. But that is sucky. Yeah. I think we're going to have to just, it's kind of like forced perspective. We just kind of have to cheat. And even though in reality it, you stopped in the middle of the stop sign? I think this is how it should be. Something like this. And then you're doing like... We might need to use something like look at. I think I know how it could work. I think I know how it could work. Let me draw it out for you guys. I think this is a really good way to do it. Okay. So let's say we have a branch, okay? And it's brown. And shades, stroke. Oh, they changed everything. What is all this? Okay, so we have a branch. Let's get rid of that. And when you start the chainsaw, you actually have like a laser sight. So you've got like a red dot that the player is moving. Okay? And that's the center point for your cut. Okay. So you're lining this up. Boop. And you say, okay, this is the center. This is where no matter what angle I cut from, whether it's this way or whatever, that right there is the center of my cut. So then when you have the chainsaw, you now have a circular space around that to move the chainsaw, and the chainsaw will lean accordingly, pointing to that circle, that point that you've set up. I feel like that's a pretty good way to do it. And now you get the angle, but you're not having to control the angle. So the player is literally just the equivalent of moving your mouse around it. And it's just the saw is just kind of, you know, tilting around that point. And if you bring it up, you see the blade, you see it from the above, like it's going to cut down. And if you bring it below, you see it from below, like you're going to cut under. Yeah. And so it's like, that, right? And then just all around the center, you're just kind of, oops, we don't want to be attached. Why are we attached? There we go. It's just like this. We're going to have to do a lot of projection math. There is a dissolve shader. Hearing sounds that are similar but slightly different freaking me out. Even a red line, since some saw do project a cut line. Nice. I'll check the mechanic would be my advice. Yeah, that's the plan right now. Hello, Mike. All right. So. And it would almost be like we would look at, because we can use look at as part of this. So the chainsaws, right. So we have, here's the chainsaw, you know, the main box of the chainsaw, and it's always going to be looking at center. So as we rotate it around, we're going to set it up so that its origin is perfect for what we're trying to achieve, right? So anyway, we point the origin to look at this dot that we've assigned, our cut point. And then what we can do is we can laser using a something like decal, as Canadians say. We can use something like a decal to make it look like there's like a line across where the cut is going to happen. And we just use a simple decal for that. Which I'm now convinced is actually the right way to say it. Because it's not a cal, and you don't decal it. Slindy. I just noticed the black background. Since when is that there? It looks good. It's been since, I want to say like 3 months now. It's been sneakily hidden in the background. So let's get the mesh and everything set up how we want it. You mean decula? What? Decal? You mean decal? What? Yeah, I feel like decal is the right way because like it's not, you're not decaling something. You're not uncaling something. Decal. We've heard there was a guy doing a GDC talk and was calling them decals. And then I was like, what is this? I feel like I'm going crazy. It's not decal. And then we looked it up and that's the Canadian pronunciation. And at first I was mocking it. And then slowly over time, I'm like, wait a minute. I feel like they might be right. Here we go. Cambridge Dictionary. UK.
Decal.
US,
Decal.
But where did we find the decal one? Here we go. Canadian usually. Here's the example. This is from Merriam-Webster.
Decal, decal,
Or
decal,
decal. Decal.
decal, decal, decal.
But since you're not D'ing the cal, right? I feel like decal's right. Never heard it before as decal. Yeah. We didn't either. I was like, what is he talking about, decal? What is this? It should be decarl. Decarl. Anyways. The prefix has nothing to do with negation. But typically when you hear D, it's like you're the thing. Decal. I'm going to say decal from. Well, wait. So how do you say it, Justin? Is there like 8 ways to say this thing? What's happening? Ah, it's one word. Decal. Decal, man. Decal. Guys, I'm worried. Is second favorite alive? Hang on, I'm going to send him a... I'm just going to make sure he's okay. I said decal the way you do in the pants. Henceforth, decal with no vowel. So I'm going to put a D and a C. So good day. Decal. Yes. The dissolve shader would? Okay. Okay. Well, let's get the movement right first, and then we'll tackle that. Decal. Whoops. Decal. 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 It'll go there very fast. Sounds good. So I think what we'll do is we'll base it around the viewport coordinates. So what we want to do is move this in 3D space from, we have to translate our thing back to camera, and that's how we're going to move the chainsaw. And then the chainsaw itself is going to kind of come alive and have some behavior based off of where we mark our point. So this is probably, most likely I'm not going to be able to finish this today. Oh, also we need the surface material of this, the shadows. The shadow mesh. The shadow mesh. We'll copy this and we'll place it on our chainsaw. It has the shadow mesh. Oh, okay. We're all set on that. Never mind. Okay, so we have to project back to 3D space. And we got to get the control. We got to get this set up so that it points I think it's going to be fine for now to do the rotation stuff that I was talking about as we move it, so that this points to, it's right in center. So that should work. So let's get it moving around the viewport proper. So we have to project back. So we got to look at the camera. I'm probably using wrong terms right now. Yeah, that would be cheaper. Yeah. Well, and the other thing too is, because we can just slice this mesh. Like I can open it up in Blender. We can chop out this part of it and disembody the two. And then we just apply the shader to the chassis. Yeah. Yeah, you sent the FBX. Yeah, I should be able to mess with it. Okay, so we have to, it's one of these projections, unproject position, right? Returns the 2D coordinate in the viewport that maps to 3D space. No, so we want to do the other way. So we want to do project position. returns the 3D point in world space that maps to the given 2D coordinate in the viewport. Is that right? And we have to set the Z depth. Ooh. So it'll always be at a fixed distance if we do it this way. We'll do it this way to start. Project position. So we'll use project position when the mouse moves are occurring. So process input event. That's where it'll happen. I got to close and reopen. Man, the LSP on Vim with Godot, all the time the connection breaks. Okay, get rid of all this. Okay, so we have our... So we really just want to move an invisible point on the viewport. So we really just need the mouse position to create, so it's event relative. And if it's mouse motion. And if we're captured. Okay, so we'll do all this. Chainsaw. Here we go. And we kind of have to bound it to the viewport. But for now, we'll just mouse position is a vector 2. And we just say mouse position plus equals I think it's that simple. Be happy you're not writing in C++. Clang literally has a chance of crashing after 10 seconds since I'd started my project. Not to mention it's autocomplete randomly breaking after a while running. That's what's killing me. Some of the LSP stuff works. Yeah. That's weird that you'd have any problems though, because I swear LSP was a Trojan horse from Microsoft. Because, oops, I'm always doing that. They're the one who proposed it. And it was all to build up VS Code. That's my conspiracy theory. Is to create the fly trap that is VS Code. I think the best LSPs that I've used are Rust Analyzer. I just think the solution is so bonkers to have a local WebSocket opened. And I don't know. I just think that's so bonkers. You got to assign a port. Man, Eclipse used to be the worst. I'm surprised to hear that. Oh, man. God, what was it that I used? It was app something. It was one of those Java IDEs back in the day. It wasn't Eclipse. It had like an orange icon. Applovin. Ask your doctor if Applovin is right for you. Applovin. Eclipse. I can't imagine. It just feels like VS Code is like a house of cards and it's like constantly changing. Okay, so let's see what mouse position we're getting. I keep forgetting to assign the chainsaw. There we go. Oops. Okay, we're getting some numbers. They look to be something we might be able to use. So we'll project those onto an invisible, project a position here. The viewport rectangle. Now, concerningly, we might need to clamp to the viewport because, well, we'll just try it. Screen point, and then we need a Z depth. How far out are we from center right now? I mean, that looks pretty good. So we are -1. So 1 out from us. So I'm thinking this is in the typical meter thinking, right? So we'll project position from the camera and we'll move the chainsaw there. So camera, project position, and then this is chainsaw position equals this from mouse position with a depth of 1. See what happens. Dang, we're super far out wherever we are. We might be behind the mouse sensitivity. Do we need to go by delta too? In the viewport rectangle on a plane that is given Z depth distance into the scene away from the camera. Where are you, my friend? Yeah, he's way past the... Let's free the camera up. Have you seen my friend? There he is. You did? Can't remember how to access the viewport. It's just get viewport. Okay, so we actually need to move the mouse, which we're not doing right now. But regardless, we are projecting the chainsaw somewhere that we shouldn't. There it is. Redstone, thanks so much. Slendy, have a good one. Well, that's the hour anyways. This is the part where I have to beg the kids to get off the old... I think we're dealing with relative spacing issues. Good luck. Camera, 3D. Project position. Project local ray. Z depth. Returns the 3D point world space, maps a given 2D coordinate in the viewport rectangle on a plane that is the given Z depth distance into the scene away from the camera. Let's print the position that we're projecting. Have any of you guys seen Space Camp? That was like one of my favorite movies. Yeah, bud. I always want to play with you, but it's actually time to stop. So I have to play something else. Oops. Oh, we want to open it up here. Got to reopen Godot. I have to open up the new version of Godot. Yeah, something's wrong about the coordinate space, I think. Let's make sure that we're just updating something. That we are having a number that changes. Joaquin's... yeah, he went by something else back then, too. This is weird. It's got to be projecting from the wrong camera. Now, it kind of makes sense that it's using... on a whim. Here's what we'll do. Let's move this over to where our player controller starts out at the beginning. Just because I have a theory. Okay, basically identical to it's moving. Let's try 0. ZDEP -1. Give me something about the camera. I don't trust that I have the right camera. 9:05. Let's look at the running scene. $9:05. We're active. We're active. Excuse me. Deadly virus confirmed. Today's Gemma's birthday? But not yet? It's on the dance day. It's tomorrow. Is it possible that we need to transform this value relative? The chainsaw position needs to be based on the transform of the camera. So we get our vector 3, our new position here. We take the camera's transform. We apply. So this is from the global position. So we say, we're going to do it from global. Just global position equals camera global position plus new position. I think we might have it. I think it's a relative issue. But seven puts us behind us. Right? Like in Godot land, 3D space is for the Z. If I move back, I'm a positive number. So we know for certain it's projecting a position behind us. It seems to not matter as well, furthermore, what Z depth I give it. Yeah, it feels like I'm not talking to the right camera, but when I check, it is the correct one. Looking some things up here. Well, I'm trying to... Hmm. Say the position we want is the current position, which is rotated towards the position you've located. The problem is the position that I'm getting to place everything is just wrong. Godot, camera. along its local z-axis, the forward direction, at the position should be calculated. Placing objects at a fixed distance. I mean, this is the Bethesda floating object thing, right? It's the same idea. So they're using, so they have a camera node reference. I mean, I'm not doing anything different from this. Get viewport mouse position. So the thing that is not happening, though, this is the interesting thing, is we are not getting the mouse position isn't changing. And that's because we're captured. Is that part of this? Let me try. Event position. We're getting no changes in our mouse position. But even still, we're getting nonsense for our projection. Well, I gotta go. I gotta go hang out with the kids and everything. So I'll be thinking about this. It's gonna be something stupid that I'm gonna realize, oh, that's right. It's just this. All right. God, what a way to end the stream. I hate it when you end it on a dry spell like that. I cooked a lot today, and then we're but we're gonna get there. Thank you so much for the mesh too, Bob. I really appreciate that. We're gonna be using that through all the prototyping, as long as we can get away with it. Let's go ahead and raid Flowerhead. Flowerhead's makes a lot of game music, releases so much of it for free, is an amazingly talented musician. So we're gonna go ahead and raid out. Just like a genius at replicating sounds. Much love to everybody out there. I will see you guys not tomorrow, or the day after that. Thursday. No. Today's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I will see you guys Friday for sure. Bye-bye.